Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. In today's video, I'm going to be teaching you how to build a full stack airline ticket booking app, and this is going to work just like the regular airline ticket booking app because we're going to be using a real API for booking tickets, just like how regular booking apps like Emirates, Delta Airlines, and several airlines around the world book the ticket for their users or travelers. All right. So if you're a beginner, if you're a pro and intermediate, you have so much to learn from this video. Without further delay, let's check what we'll be building in today's video. So first things first, let's go to our profile to log in and start the process again. So if I click on logout, you can see the welcome screen, which shows this nice welcome screen and a brief info about the app. So if you click on discover, you'll be taken to the login screen to log in as a user, because every user needs to log in and book a ticket, and at the end of the day, attach that user's ID or information to that ticket so that whenever they log in, they'll be able to, come back to their app and see the tickets that they've booked. So in my case, I'm going to log in here. So sign in, and it takes me to the home screen where you can see my username right here and some information as well as my picture. All right, so in the home screen, you have two options in which you can book your ticket, one way or round trip. All right, I have this section which shows the ticket that you've already booked earlier. All right, so in the departure, you can click this to search for the specific departure. And here, I'm just going to type in Paris to search for the airports located in Paris. And as you can see, there are several airports in Paris. I'm just going to select this. And when I go back, I'm going to see my airport right here. So also I can specify, where I am going specifically. I can type in, I want to travel to New York. And it's going to show all the airports available in New York. So I can select New York. I can go back and I'm going to see New York right here. For this section, I can specify the date I want to travel. And let's say I want to travel on the 30th. I'm going to save this, click on OK, go back. I'm going to see my dates changed here. And also the others that are traveling, just me, all right? So if I click on search, it's going to send this information to the API and provide me a list of flights available for that specific day. As you can see, Charles de Gaulle to New York, and this is the first ticket, 2 hours 0 minutes, and this is how much it costs and the type of the ticket. And you can also see the amount of results returned from the API. You can see different prices. As you can see, €195. So if I click on the first one, then it will take this information to the next screen and check, okay, all right, this is your flight ticket details. As you can see, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., just 2 hours flight. And, you can see the price here and the trip total. And if I click on continue booking, I have to pass in my traveler details, all right? So let me just pass in my traveler details right here. And you can see already that this has some validation put in place so that you have to fill all this information and the user has to provide all this information before they can proceed to book the ticket. So I'm just going to pass this in. The date of birth, I'm just going to choose something random, 2015. Select an item, which is gender. My gender is male. My first name is Tech, and this is rated. My passport number, I'm just going to pass in some random number right here. The issuance date, I can specify 1st of April. And the expiry date, I can specify a date ahead. It has to be a date that is valid. The API will not accept any date that is expired, all right? My nationality, I can specify, either USA or Spain. The birthplace, I can specify Madrid or any place. I'm just going to keep it as Madrid. The type of my passport, I can specify passport. The country calling code, I can pass in 01 or 02. And if I click on submit, I can see my booking screen with the traveler details just to confirm that everything works as expected. And you can see my email right here and my date of birth. So if I confirm booking, it sends all this information to the API and, create a booking ticket for me. As you can see, some of the information is right here. So if I click on save, right here in my section right here, I can see some of the tickets that I've booked. But if I go to the ticket section, I can see the ticket that I just booked right here. As you can see, Charles de Gaulle, and this is the exact ticket that I booked. Excellent. And to take this further, you also be able to, check the flight details in full and also go to your profile section, to probably edit your user's profile. Like if I go to edit and say tech rated dev, this is my username. Update it, it says profile updated successfully. Go back, you are going to see the tech rated dev username changed. Excellent. And also in this section, you're going to see tech rated dev right there. You can search for several locations that you want, and that doesn't stop there. Once again, so if I search for, New York, if I select New York right here, if I go back, and don't mind this error is basically your API has a limit and you need to be careful about what you search for. So right here in the destination, I can specify Paris. So if I click on Paris, I can select Paris right here, go back, and you're going to see Paris right here. So I can even specify a different date. Let's say 24th. I can save this. Okay, go back. And I can click on search to search for that particular ticket. All right. And all of this is happening live on the API endpoint. And you're going to see the ticket available from New York to Paris in a moment. So this takes me to the search results screen. And you can see the flight available from New York to Paris. So if I click the first one, you're also going to see the flight available, right? You can see the first section of the flight and the second section of the flight. There's a layover, and you're going to see the layover here at the LHR airport. That is where the first layover is, and you can see the date. You can see everything about the date and the time. So if I click on continue, I can also pass in another ticket information or another user information rather. I can see this is also tech rated. And my date of birth, like I said, I can just pass in any number right here. So 2019, I can specify my gender, male. I can specify my name. I can scroll up. I can specify my last name, my passport number 0123456789. I can specify the issuance dates to be 14, and the expiry dates, like I said, it has to be a year ahead, right? Or some dates more than this issuance date because they can be at the same date. So my document type, I can specify passport. My country calling code, I can specify 01. Submit this. And if you click on confirm booking, it is going to take all this information once again, send it to the API and provide you a ticket number and also a brief information. So if you save this again, you go back to your home screen, the ticket section, you are going to see the ticket that you just booked right here. So ladies and gentlemen, this is what we'll be building in today's video, and this is going to be very, very interesting. Without further delay, let's jump into building this mobile app. But before we do that, please make sure to go to my channel and subscribe at Tech Rated Dev. Subscribe, like the videos, share with your friends, and turn on the notification bell icon so you can be notified of other interesting videos that will drop in future videos. So without further delay, let's jump into creating today's video. So first things first, we're going to make sure we have our Visual Studio Code open and also our simulator right here. In this case, I'm using iPhone 15 Pro. and you can get that using, the Xcode installed on your Mac and stuffs. If you don't have Xcode or if you're not using Mac, you can easily just, run this on Android Studio and you will get an Android simulator as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and start installing some of the packages that are really, really necessary to make this app work. So first things first, you head to expo.dev and, let's just read the docs. And let me just close the initial page. So we're using Expo to build this app, and this is what you see. So just copy this command right here. And let's just head to our terminal. So let's just, go to terminal, new terminal. And let me just increase the font. So let me cd to desktop and paste this command. Click on enter to install the Expo. So what am I going to name this? So Airline app, Airline tickets app, Airline tickets app. So this is going to go ahead and install the necessary things I need to install. As you can see, this can take between 1 to 3 minutes, depending on your mobile network. So let me just head to the browser here. And yeah, Expo offers so much tools for you to, build several interesting apps. So I'm just going to, close it. I think that is all I need to, do to get started with Expo. To close this. And the next thing I want to install is, native wind. And I'm going to be installing that because I want to be able to run next or the current Tailwind CSS on my, device. So it says here, we're going to nativewind.dev/version 4. So this is an unreleased documentation, but it works, I'm just going to head to my left side right here, Expo router. Because the package I'm installing or the Expo I'm installing is the latest Expo XDKs. So I have to use, which is obviously Expo router, the default routing. And that's why I'm selecting this. If you are on, if you don't want to use Expo router, you can just go to, version 2 and see how things are done there. But anyway, version 4 Expo router, first step is to install native Wind version 4 and above, and the peer dependencies, Tailwind CSS, and React Native Reanimated for animations and stops. So I'm just going to, we have npm yarn pnpm, but Expo is what I'm going to use to install this. So copy these and head back to our terminal. Like I said, this can take some minutes to install. So let's just, come back to this in a second. Interesting. Now we've installed Expo and React Native, and you can see it added 1,569 packages. And all you have to do is just cd into the Airline ticket app and just install all the remaining packages you need. But I'm going to, just drag and drop things. And let me just minimize this as well. Let me bring up the Visual Studio Code. So this is the folder, or this is the installation we just did. As you can see, Airline, ticket app. I'm just going to take this, put this inside of this, and it does the same thing basically, but I just like to, get things sorted this way. So click on new terminal and automatically you can see you're inside of the Airline tickets app. Let me bring up my simulator, and I believe we copied this right here. So let me just paste this. I like to install all my packages first because I don't want to go back to install them and stop and start my server. So I'm just going to install Native Wind, React Native, Reanimated, and also Tailwind CSS this way. So that is ready. I'm just going to add to continue the installation. So that's step 1. Step 2 is to, initialize Tailwind CSS. So just paste this. And on your left side right here, you're going to see a Tailwind file right here. As you can see, tailwind.config.js. Let's bring this down a little bit. So all of these, you need to replace it. So just copy this and, Control A, or you can, remove this and put this right here. So basically just remove this. So, it says to update this to include the paths to all your component folder. If your components, are outside of, as you can see, it's outside of the app, our component, we need to update this section as well, right? So I'm just going to, put a comma right here. And I'm just going to say /component. And you can see what that looks like. And all you have to do is just, save it and you are good to go. So basically, I'm pointing to the component part right here so that Tailwind CSS can work not only in my app, but also in my component right here. Excellent. So let's go to the next step. I'm going to create a global.css file, but let me copy this. So let me just create a global.css file right here. Put it right here and save that. This is to make sure that our Tailwind CSS use some of these, settings. And moving on, as you can see from here onwards, replace the /global.css with the relative part. So add the Babel preset, which is the step 3. And because we are on Expo SDK is 50 plus, let me show you what that means. If you scroll up to your package.json, you will see your Expo is version 51 above. Interesting. So that is the one we have to use. So inside of my babel.config.js, I'm going to copy this and replace that with this. So inside of my babel.config.js, everything here should be removed, and I'll replace this with this. And basically, this includes native wind and stops. So to metro.config, Expo 50 plus is what we're using. If your project does not have a metro.config.js, which we don't, all you have to do is just run this command, copy this, and as you can see, it doesn't exist. Let me just bring this up, paste this, and it seems I missed an N there. Let me just bring this up. So I missed an N there. All right. So just, click on this to also initialize a metro.config.js. As you can see, it's right here. Good. So go back to your browser and copy. Make sure you're copying the right SDK, right? There's a difference between them. Just copy this. And inside of my metro, just replace all of this with this. And yeah, let's move on to the next step. Import your CSS file inside of your app_layout.js. So all you have to do is just copy this and import it. So just add to your app, add to your layout, and right here, just put your global.css right there. Cool stuff. Save it. So let's check. Finally, our TypeScript guide, which is optional, but I like to keep things error-free. That is why I use TypeScript. So it says here, you need to, create a file, create a new file with this. Let me just copy this totally. And right here, I'm just going to create a new file and put this right here. And I'm just going to copy this. And what this do basically is when you, let's say, let's go to an existing folder, right? So let's say you have a text like this. A text like this. Let me just import text from React Native. If we try to use class name like this, like flex or one and stuffs, right? Or flex row. If you don't have these right here, let's say I comment this out and save that. Oops. Let me just, rename it to .txt. All right. Inside of my, let me close all of this. Inside of my not found, you can see that shows a squiggly line, which basically shows that that class name needs to be typed, right? So if I just, rename this back to, I believe it was called TS. I believe it was called TS. And let me see, no. Let me copy it again. Let me replace all of this, then save this. And you will see that that squiggly line disappears. And yeah, that is why I use TypeScript native wind as well. All right, so let me just save this and just, close everything we've been opening so far. I like to keep things tidy. All right, so that is all we need for native wind. And let's just, go to toStand. And toStand is what we're going to use to save some of the states of our airline, information. Let's say you search for a location, you need to like save that in a local store so that you can pass it across all screens, right? Or where it is used. So let me just copy this. And toStand is really straightforward to use, as you can see. Just do that. So let me just install toStand as well. So let me go back to my folder or my Safari. Close this. I need Axios to fetch the data regarding the airline and also to send data to the API we'll be using to, book airline tickets, right? So I'm just going to copy this. And this is taking some seconds. Cool. So let me just install this as well. npm i Axios. So close Axios as well. So your icons, as you can see, it is pretty descriptive. Basically adding icons to your, app. So let me just paste this as well. Click on enter. And let me just, close this as well. So we'll be using to save our users tickets, right? So that they can come back to the app, and even if they close the app or even if they uninstall the app or use it on another device, they can be able to see the tickets they are booked based on the ticket they sent to the database with their user ID and stuff. So we're going to be using Supabase to do that. Just head to supabase.com.docs and, or on your Google, just search Supabase Expo and just click on building a user management with Expo. And if you scroll up, I don't want to bother you much about some of these things here. And, basically initialize a React Native app, or, if you already have an Expo app running, all you have to just, install Supabase, React Native SC storage, and this. So just copy this, paste this right here, and, you're going to create a lib folder, right? And create a Supabase file and copy all of this. So let's just do that right away. So let's just, create a new folder called lib. And right here, we can create superbase.tf, and you can, just put all of these right here. This doesn't exist because we need to replace this URL with our own Superbase URL, which we're going to do any moment from now. So let me just save this. And don't worry, I'm going to also teach you how to get those keys right here on Superbase, which is absolutely free. Right? So some of these things, we don't need them right now. So let's just head over to, React Native calendars. We'll be using this calendar to select calendars, right? To select dates. Our user needs to select the dates to which they want to travel or return from their airline trip. So let's just copy this, go back to this and paste this. So while that is installing, I can as well close this. Yup is what I'm going to use for validation of the forms, because at some point when booking an airline ticket, you need to register your name, your passport information, your address, most of the information you need to identify you as the owner of that ticket. So we'll be using Yup for the validation of that form and Formic for, collecting the form. So let me just paste this, npm Yup, Formic as well. Formic as well. Let me just close this. So let me install Formic as well for forms. And yes, that is basically what we need to do for this tool. So moving on, picker select, we need our user to be able to, select some things, like location, the country, the state. We need to be able to show it in a select like this. So let me just install React Native picker select as well. Let me put it right here. And also, finally, our date time picker, right? We need to be able to select, or ability to select the time, right? So let me just copy this as well and put this right here. That is the final installation we have to do before we, start our app. Let me just close this. Let me close this. Let me minimize this. And, let me clear all of this and run npx expo doctor. So actually see if all the packages we've installed in our package.json works with the latest SDKs of Expo, right? So let's just run that. So it is checking Expo config for common issues, checking package.json, check that packages match versions required for installed Expo SDKs. As you can see, there's an error there which indicates that some of the packages we've installed doesn't work with each other or work with Expo latest SDK. So we have to fix that so that we don't have issues working on our app. So it shows this, React Native Community Days picker. Expected version is 8.0.1, but we've installed 8.2.0. SVG is supposed to be 15.2. As you can see, we've installed 15.6. All we have to do is just, copy this command and paste this to actually fix those, dependencies. So fix dependency, yes, it will install, the dependency that works well. All right, so as you can see, this SVG is 15.2 currently, or 15.6 before, but it has installed 15.2, as you can see, the same as the date picker as well. So yes, as you can see, date picker is now 8.0.1. That is all we need to, make sure our dependencies work with each other. So let me just start my app right away. npx expo start. And you are going to see my app start right away, as you can see. Good. So all I have to do is, you can do some things to run this app. So there are 3 things you can do or even more to be able to run Expo on your device or simulator. One, as I am on my Mac, right, I have my simulator up and running. I can easily just, type I to open on iOS simulator, which is this. If you don't have a Mac, right, you can, take your iPhone and click on camera to scan this QR code, and it is going to open the app on your device. You need to obviously make sure to, have Expo Go installed on your device. Nothing heavy, I think it's around 70 or 50 megabytes. Once you have this installed on your phone, scan this to open this app on your device. Cool. If you have an Android device, you are probably on a PC, basically just, connect your Android device to your Windows laptop or, so. But if you also have, a Windows laptop, right? Or a laptop running Windows, you can install Android Studio, and you also get a simulator like this, and you'll be able to, just press A to open on Android, and, you are good to go. If you want to open it on web as well, press W to open on web, and you are good to go. For this, I'm going to press I to open on iOS, and you will see my app running any moment from now. As you can see, it has picked iPhone 15 Pro, and as you can see, great, my app is already opening. So as you can see, it is bundling my app, and you can see the progress right here. As you can see also, so just give me this some second to bundle, and you will see your app any moment from now running here. As you can see, that has finished bundling. Your app starts right away. Excellent. So you can see we have Home and Explore. Let me minimize this and close this. So if I go into let's go to Home. As you can see, App, Tabs, Index. So App, Tabs, and Index, you can see all our information right here. If I just change this to, Hello World, and save that, we see that changes right away. Good. So we are ready to start building our app and get started with things. All right. So let's jump into that right away. So to begin with, I'm just going to, head to my app, right? Where I'm going to create an index.tsx file there, right? So this is where I'm going to have this, our design. Let me just bring this up. This is the design we have for our welcome screen, and this is what that looks like. So I'm just going to, get started with this. So let me minimize this. And first things first, I'm just going to go into my layout and, just copy this not found, replace this with this, and just change this to index. So at every point in time, this will be the first screen that loads, right? So if I save this, close this layout, let me just create a basic boiler code right now. So React Native Functional Export. If I select that and just change this to, home screen. And, I can even change this to whatever I want. Welcome screen. So save this or change this to also welcome screen. And save that as well. All you have to do, is just reload your app to register these, parts and, reload it. And fingers crossed, this is the first screen that we see. as you can see, work on screen. Excellent. So I want to hide this header. I don't want that right there. So let me close this tab, minimize everything. Inside of my app, inside of layouts, I can just hide all the headers for everything at once. So I can say screen options. I'm going to put 2 curly braces there. And as you can see, Copilot GitHub suggested that this is what I might need. So let me just tap that. And, I just want the header shown alone to be false. Save that. And that disappears. Cool stuff. Close this. So let's get started with, let me see if this is big enough. Cool. Or is that too big? Let me see. Okay. So you can see this is what we'll be creating. So let's get started with that right away. So first things first, I want to, change this to save area view. And that is coming from React Native save area context. And, I can basically say, I want the class name to be BG or white. Save that. And you can see the save area context is applied. Let me change this to red and actually see if our CSS is working. Okay, let me try something else. Class name, let's see, set of 3XL. Cool, our tailwind CSS works, but it seems our styling doesn't work on the save area context. Good, that is not an issue at all, but something will definitely work right here. If I just, set this to flex of 1. So moving on, I want to, let's say, have a view here. Cool. This is what I definitely want. So Copilot will make our work faster. And that is what I basically want. So let me just, okay. It's supposed to be like this. Cool stuff. So I don't want to flex of 1. I only want just a single one. But if I add a background of 300 right here, you're going to see what that looks like. And I can see height of cool. And this will fold the entire screen, but leave out, the safe area view. In every device, the information must not go beyond these important stuff, right? You don't want to go under or have some information show under this area. Cool. So let me just remove the background and continue coding. So let me just remove this, or let me cut it. So let me have a view here. And in this view, I'm going to say I want the following class name. I want a width of full, padding X of 4, items of center, margin Y of 8. While still inside of this, I want to also have another view here, right? But this view is going to have a flex of row, justify of center, items of center, padding bottom of 24. You will see what I'm working on any moment from now. So first things first, I want to have an icon. So I'm going to say material, community icons, and it's going to be a self-closing tag. I'm going to say the name is going to be what? Airplane. And also the size is going to be of, 24. And finally, the color is going to be of, have a nice color right here, which says 12B 3A8. So all I have to do is just import material icons from Expo vector icons. As you can see, our work is faster. Import material community icon from at Expo vector icons. So we save that. you should see my icon right there, which looks like just what we have right here. Cool. But before we also leave here, I think I can also apply the background right there. So background color, I want that to be, let me see how that looks, 192031, and save that. Cool stuff. That is what I definitely want. So it saves the style works on safe area view, but the class name background of specific color doesn't work. Well, yeah. Under this as well, you can see my status bar is hidden. Let me just have a status bar from React Native. And I'm going to say the style is going to be of light. And since my status bar is supposed to come from not React Native, but from Expo status bar. So let me just import that. And my status bar will change back to light. Cool stuff. We are progressing. So under this, I want to have a text. And the text is basically going to say stacks. You can see that right here. Let's give this some style. So class name is going to be text of, I want to choose a unique color for this. So I'm going to say, probably if you just choose FFFFFF, which is probably white, I think. So let's also have a text of XL leading. I want this to be 60 pixels, padding left of 1. You can see what that looks like. Cool stuff. So let's just copy this again. Put it right here. And let's call this fly, capital letter, as you can see. But the text needs to have a specific color difference from that. So for AE, 8DD, you can see that looks just like our color right here. So text of extra large leading of, that is also what we want. And let me just check once again. Cool, that is what we want. Although I can also choose to, make it italic. As you can see how that looks, stacks fly. Cool stuff. So let's just move ahead. After this view, let's create another view. And this view necessarily will be just, a text. A text right here. And what will the text say? It will say discover your dream fly easily. You see what that looks like? Let's give this some proper, styling. So class name is going to be text of neutral, and this is going to be 300, text of large, font of medium, label, then is going to be 38 pixels, and margin top is going to be of 4. Cool. And even though I don't think this should be our font size, I think it's too small, right? 52 pixels would do. Cool stuff. And it seems something is hindering our, let me change this to, I don't want the margin top then. Let me change this to 60 pixels. And probably would change this to FFFFF, Let me change this to FFFFF. Excellent. That is what I want. As you can see right here, our design is already shaping up. So moving on, I also want a text, let me just create another text right here. And this will basically say, find an easy way to buy airplane tickets with just a few clicks in the application. Nice. So text neutral 300, text large, font medium, leading will not be 60 but 38 pixels. And also the view here, I want to basically have margin top of 4. That is what that looks like. Cool stuff. I think we are almost there. So we have this button and this text underneath. So just under of this view, I want to have another view as well. And this view basically say class name is going to be height of 1/4, width of full, justify or stats, padding top of 8, and padding X of 4. So we need to have the button right here. So let's just have a pressable, which is coming from React Native. It's going to be a self-closing tag, not self-closing rather. So inside of this, I want to have a text, which basically says discover. Save that. You can see our discover button right here. Let's start this up and say class name is going to be begin. Let's give this a proper styling and say 1 2 B 3 8 8. You can see what that looks like already. Rounded is going to be of large. Justify is going to be of center. Items is going to be of center. Padding Y is going to be of 4. Now let's give this a proper styling as well. Our text is going to be text of white, font of bold, text of large. Excellent. Even though I think our button can be extra large. Okay. Cool stuff. So also I can also have, a pressable. Let me check. Let me copy this. And outside of the pressable, I can have a text here. And, I can say this text should just be, in fact, let me put it inside of a view. Let me cut all of this. Put it right here. And this text is not going to say discover, but this is going to say register. So I want two text here basically. And the first one will go like this. Let me copy this. I'm going to say, this is going to say, don't have an account. Then I'll probably make the flex of row. As you can see what that looks like. So let's give this some proper styling. Neutral of 300. Font bold. Nope. I want this to be medium. And the leading is going to be of, 38 pixels. Margin top. I can as well just put the margin top right here. Margin top of 4. Text is going to be of center right there. You can see the shape of that. We're basically going to use the same, almost the same styling for this. Let me just put this right here. And you can see what that looks like. So let me just put this width of full, justify or center, and give this a gap of, maybe 2. So at least give this a separate gap. And I'm going to say I want this to be font of semi-bold. Interesting. So yes, we are almost done with our design. As you can see, this looks just like what we have right here. Cool stuff. So all we have to do, is just make this probably have a longer I think it's the same. So let's just, leave that as it is. And yeah, our design is ready. Let's just give this some animations. All right. Whatever app I work on, I make sure to, give this a nice animation. So let's just say animated dot view. And animated is coming from React Native Reanimated. And for this animated.view to work, you need some important properties. So the end train is going to be fade in down. And the fade in down is going to be dot duration. We are going to say it is 200. Then also springify. All right. So that is what the animation, as you can see, that is what that looks like. All we have to do is just, copy some of these and just put this where it needs to be. So let me copy this instead. And, just manually type this out. So animated dot view and put this right here. But in between these, I want to have a delay of 200. So it's after this comes up first, this also comes in after, as you can see. So let me just continue. Let me copy this. Inside of this as well, let me say this is animated.view. The delay, I want this to be 400. Cool stuff. So for my button, I can say, do I want to style this differently? Let me see if we can have an animated.pressable. Whoops, you cannot have that there. But anyway, let me just put this right here, animated.view. And, let me put this right here. And the delay, this is 400. Let's have this as 600. And yes, you see them come together right there. So if I reload my app, you see how the animation stacks on top of each other. Excellent. You can see what that looks like. All right. So all we have to do is just implement our navigation so that whenever we select this, it takes us to our tab and move on to the next design. Let me just clean this up like this. So all you have to do is just implement on our pressable, this right here. I have to say, whenever we press this, I want to implement an arrow function. And oops, this is going to be a router, which is coming from Expo router. And we are not going to push to just login. We are going to push to, tabs, as you can see right here. So whenever I click this, I'll be taken to the next screen. And yeah, so let's just click this in 3, 2, 1. Good. That is basically what we want. All right. So let's just minimize this and look how clean our code is. So yeah, that is done. The welcome screen is done. Let's implement this UI. And yes, so let's just head to our tabs. Let's minimize all of this, our tabs, and inside of our index, right, we are going to be replacing all of this with this design right here. So we have, different sections, like, we have this that shows the user that is logged in. If it is a one-way ticket or a round trip, your departure and your destination, the date you're going, and the amount of people traveling, right? Searching, and also the ticket that you might have booked, and some information that are necessary, like the time, the type of the tickets, the price, and other informations as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started with this, and just start working on things. So I'm just going to remove all of this, remove this, and basically just start with a view right here. Cool stuff. So let me just remove all of this as well, and import React from React, and also import this from React Native. All right, so let me have a class name right here that says flex of 1. You might be wondering why am I not using the safe area view like I used in my app right here. But yes, I could do that, but I like to also switch things up because we have a nice background color right here, and I want this to work. So I'm going to have a view here instead of a safe area view. So items of center, BG, or let me have a unique color right here, F5, F7, FA, and have this as relative. Cool stuff. So I want to have the status bar from Expo status bar, and the style, I want this to be of light, and also you will not see anything right now because there's nothing to see actually. So right underneath of this, I want to have a view, and this view is going to have the following class name, and it's going to be height of 64, margin bottom of 4, justify of start, border or range, that's going to be 600, width of full, BG, and I want to have a unique color right there, 192031. I believe that is more than what I need. 1920. You see that color comes up right away. So 1920 relative, and also margin top of 16. You should see what that looks like already. So let me just bring this down and say, I also want to style the edges and stuffs. So I want to say style. I'm going to have border. Look how smart Copilot is. As you can see, border bottom left radius. I don't want it to be 30. Let me save this and you see what that looks like. You can see already. Let me change this to 10 and change this to 10. Even though that doesn't look really big enough, like what we have here, I can just change it back to 30, just like it suggested. You can see what that looks like. All right. So before leaving here, I also want to implement the activity indicator, right? So whenever we click on any search, right, I want to show like an activity indicator on top of this UI, so the user is unable to do anything until that operation is done, right? So let me just implement a stage right here and say const is pending, set is pending, and let me just remove this. I like to bring in things like that. So spending is what we're going to use to show the activity indicator. So just here, I'm going to say if is spending is true, right? Then I want to show the component for activity indicator. As you can see, Copilot already suggested that for me. So I'm just going to accept that and, have this right here, save. If I change this to true, you will see what the activity indicator looks like. Excellent. You can see what that looks like already. All right, let me change it back to false. In normal settings, right, you are going to trigger this to true or false based on if a user click the button. So more of that is still coming. All right, so let me see. Do we need to do anything? Maybe change the... Let me switch things up, right? So absolute is there. Let me have a Z of 50, height of 4, width of 4, right? Justify of center, item of center. And even though I don't want these right here, these BG and stuffs, I don't want this here. But instead, I want to have another view here. And let me just bring this right here. So the class name is, this is where I'm going to have my background view, right? So height of full as well, width of full, justify of center, items of center. Then I want to bring in something interesting. I'm saying the BG is black, right? But I also want to specify the opacity of that blackness. I don't want it to be too black that the user is unable to see anything underneath. So let me just bring this like this. And also, let me have a view here. This view is going to have the class name of absolute. Let me just cut this. Put it right here. So size of large, color of white. I believe this is white. Then the style, I want to have a padding top of, let's say, just 20. So let me trigger this to be of true, and you're going to see what I'm talking about. As you can see, this is just subtle and it gives a nice feel of what is happening. Should I remove the padding top and let's see? All right, you can see what that looks like already. So if a user clicks the search button, this is what they see, and they are unable to select anything that is underneath. Cool stuff. So let me just set this back to false, and let's just continue with our implementation of this header right here. So our spending is ready. Let me just minimize this. Let me put it also here. So inside of here is where I'm going to have my header right. So to have that header right there, I need to first create that header. Excellent. So let me just go to my components and create an header.tsx right here. Create a React Native functional export. This is an header. I can as well give it a class name to first see how that will look like. So let me minimize this and bring in my header right here from components. And you can see what my header looks like. All right, so let's head into my header and style the header to look just like this. So first things first, inside of my view here, let's have a flex row, justify of between, items of center, padding x of 2. And inside of this as well, I'm going to have another view. The class name is going to be width of 1/2, which is 50%. Flex of row, height of 14. And also I want to have another view here. There will be 2 views. Well, let me just cut this. Excellent. So inside of this first view, I'm going to have a view like this. I'm going to say the class name is going to be padding right up to. And inside of this, I'm going to also have another view. And inside of this, I'm going to have the picture, right, of the user logged in. Excellent. So I can as well say image, and I can use Expo image or React Native image. And, I can say the source is this and indicate this, but this doesn't exist yet, right? So I have to bring in an image that exists. So I can, go to my assets, image, and bring in, an image. Do I have some image right here? And, I can even use this icon.png as the image for now. So let me just say icon.png. And you can see what that looks like. Cool stuffs. We can replace it with an actual user image. So let me just drag and drop an image right here. So I've drag and dropped an image called avatar.png. All I have to do is just, replace this with avatar.png. And you can see how my image looks. So let me just minimize all of this and close this. Moving on, I can as well, just apply some rounded edges to the image so it looks really cool. So overflow will be hidden. And also the border is going to be of 2. The border will definitely be of white. Rounded is going to be of 4. And you can see what that looks like, even though we do not think that is proper enough. Let me just, so save that. And this doesn't look like what we really want. So how about I just cut all of these and put this here instead? Excellent. That is what I want. Let me change this to 16 to make it bigger. Even though I don't think it is. Yeah, that is also big. So let's just move ahead and keep creating the next UI. So let me have a view here. This view where we have a text that says welcome back. And this seems to be staying underneath of this, which is not what I want. I want, let me see. Okay, flex of row. So this should actually, let me cut this. And this should be outside of this. Excellent, that is what I want. So let me just a class name here that will say text of base, text of neutral 400. The dark is going to be of text of white and also font of medium. Save that. You should see how the welcome back look like. All right, so let me just add one more text here. And this should basically just say, stocks. And does that look like what we should? Okay, it does. And I'm just going to have an icon here as well. So control command space to bring up the emoji. And I can, just scroll through and just select one out of this. Let me select this. And let me try that again. Command control. Okay. Seems I didn't select it the other time. So save that, and you can see what that looks like. The text will be XL. Text will definitely be white. The font is going to be bold. Let me just remove this. I can even remove this because we are not treating dark mode yet. So that is what that looks like. I think I need to reduce my image. It looks really big. And let me just say item of center. So this looks really centered. And if I add the border just for debugging purposes, you can see what that looks like right now. So save that. And I can add or increase the padding X to 4, right? All right. So this first side is ready. I can as well now see this. I want to have a flex of row, space X of 4, justify of n, items of center, width of 1/2, height of 14. All right, I already have my 1/2 here. So inside of this is where I want to have my little flight point UI. All right, so let me just have another view here. But this view is going to have the following class name: BG. Then I can say gray of 600, width of feet, rounded of full, padding X of 4, justify of center, height of full, and flex of row, items of center, space X of 2 as well. You cannot see anything right now, but you can get an idea of what we are going to have there. So first things first, let's have our view here, which have the following text. We are going to just have a P here, just a letter of P. The class name is going to be BG of gray 500, rounded of full, width of 8, height of 8, justify of center, items of center. Cool stuff. Class name is going to be text of white, font or semi bold. That is what that will look like. All right, so underneath of this, we are going to also have a view. Then the class name is going to be justify of start, items of start, space y of 1. And inside of this, I'm going to have two texts, right? Thank you, Copilot. This is going to be called flight point and text of base, font of semi-bold. Maybe not, but the text will be of gray 400. And this, I just want to have the text of white, that's all. And I can just say I want 5,231 as the dummy text for now. So Control Command space to bring up the emoji, and I can, let me search for plane. Oops. So this is the plane I want to add. Cool stuff. So save that. You should see our flight point right there. Even though it seems this needs some additional styling. And text white. And let me just see if it needs some spacing. So let's just give this some spacing as well. This is the P tag. It seems our spacing is not working. Let me just have a gap of 4 then. Let's see. So that works as expected. Let me keep it as 2. And yes, that is what that looks like. Let me also give this to be a gap of 2 or gap of 1 instead. And yeah, our header is ready and just made this better. So let's go to the next section right here, right, where user can search for trips and stuffs. So let me just minimize this. And our header is ready. Let's just close this. So let's just close this. And right here, I just want to have a comment here that says form area. This is the header. And I can also add the animation to this, but let's just set our animation after we're done with the entire implementation like we did in the previous welcome screen. So first things first, welcome, or rather class name, width of full, padding X of 4, minus margin top of 32, and margin X or horizontal of 4. So inside of this, I'm still going to have another view. Oops. Yeah. I want to have another view right here. And this view is going to say it has a class name, background of white, rounded of 3XL, padding top of 2, padding bottom of 4, shadow medium, shadow slate of 300, cool stuff. As you can see, something is already coming up, and this is what we're basically trying to have here, this over this component. Cool stuff. So inside of this, I'm going to have another view, right? And let me just put a dot here. So this is going to be flex of row, justify of between, width of full, padding X of 4, padding Y of 2. So inside of this, I want to have ability to select different trips. So I'm going to call this trip options, but I'm going to, create it at the top of my component. So I'm just going to add to the top of my component right here. I'm going to say const trip option, and this is just going to be an arrow function, right? It's just going to be an arrow function with a view. And let's just have a text here first and see this is going to be trip option. And okay, I think I need to just cut this and bring this right there. Oops, cannot be used as a JSX component. So let me check. It says text cannot be used as a JSX. Okay, I believe this is a type error. Let's trace the type and see if that disappears. Interface trip option props. And first things first, I'm going to basically say page navigation is going to be of a string, and also undo navigation change. I'm just going to have it as an empty void here, but the type we are also expecting is going to be of a string. All right, let's now assign this type to our component right here. So let's just type this and say this is React dot functional components, and this is going to be trip option props, and that is what that would look like. Let me cut this out of this and put this here. Although I still don't know why this error is throwing and stuff, but hey, let me just bring in my parameters right here, which are basically page navigation and navigation change, which we have set up here. So the page navigation will be used to switch between in the one way or, two ways, or round trip rather. And the function to, switch between these is basically what this under navigation change would be. All right. So let me just save this and see if the error is thrown here. If there is no error right there, then it seems we'll just go ahead and work with this. So let me copy this. Inside of these, I'm going to bring in my trip option. I just have this like this page navigation is one way, and under navigation change is this. This is the default things, but this is the default way of setting this up with the parameters we have chosen right here, right? So let me just save this and see if we get a nice error. So it says text doesn't exist. Interesting. So we haven't imported text yet. That was why the error was showing or screaming at us. So discover trip option. Cool. So to be able to pass in these parameters, let's just go ahead and work with our code. So first things first, I want to have a class name right here, which is flex of row, justify of between, width of full, padding x of 4, padding y of 2. Then inside of this, I'm going to have a pressable, right? And the pressable for this is going to look like this. I'm going to say on press. You can already guess what we're going to pass in this on press. Let me just accept this Copilot suggestion. So on press is basically going to be under navigation change. And this page navigation is what we are assigning as the argument here. Understood? So this, I'm going to change right away. I'm going to say, okay, how about we just have width of 1/2 right here. Cool stuff. So I'm going to also have another view right here. Right. So inside of this view, I'm going to say the class name is going to be looking like this. All right. So first save that. And before I even go ahead and style things up, let me have a text here. And the text is basically going to say one way. As you can see right there. I need to remove this text because we don't want it there. Cool stuff. So I want to also have an icon right here, which says chevron double right icon. And let me see if I can auto import this. Nope, I cannot. So let me just go to the top of my code and say import chevron right. Let's just copy all of these and put this right here. Then we remove this. Where are we importing this from? This is coming from React native hero icons, but this is going to be outline. Cool stuff, cool stuff, cool stuff, cool stuff. All right, so let me save this, and you can see what the icon will look like any moment from now. Save it is not showing yet. All right, no issues at all. I think I still need to specify the color, so you can see what that looks like already. So let me give this all its necessary styling. All right, so let's take this up. Width of full, justify of center, items of center, flex of row, space X of 2, padding bottom of 2. So that is not only the styling I will indicate there. If a user selects one way, right, I want to highlight or make it prominent that that is what they are currently on. As you can see in the design right here, you can see the color is selected and you have a nice border right here. So inside of this, I'm going to say if page.navigation or page navigation is strictly equal to round trip or one way rather, this is supposed to be one way, then I want to have a border bottom of 4. Then the border color is going to be looking like 1, 2, B, 3, 8. And else, just have a border of transparent. Cool stuff. So let me check. It seems we have one error right here. Okay, so I need to remove this, I believe. All right. So save that. And it's already shaping up. We're almost there. Let's just go ahead with things. So this size is going to be of 20. The stroke width, right? I'm going to say if page navigation is strictly equal to one way, then use the stroke width of 3, else just use 2. All right. And finally, the color for the icon, the color as well. I can as well say if page navigation is strictly equal to one way, we are going to use a specific color. So let's just copy all of this. And the color, I'm just going to say is this. Let me remove this. Else, we're just going to use gray. Excellent. So this is the default color right there. We are almost there. So after this, let's style the text as well, right? So class name also will be, looking like this. Let's have that. So let me add another backticks right there. And is this what that should look like? I believe so. All right, so text of XL, padding left of 2. All right, so if page navigation is strictly equal to one way, we want to have this text, right? Else text gray of 500. Now let's put the style there. And the style weight, font weight, if page navigation is one way, have this as 700. Else have this as 500. Cool stuff. And if I implement the navigation right now, in fact, let's go ahead and implement that so you can see exactly what this will look like. So at the top of my code right here, I'm going to say const page navigation, and this is by default one way. So let's just copy this and replace this with this. All right. So let's just save that for now. As you can see, what we are working on, which looks like this. And all you have to do is just implement the function to switch between one way and two ways. So let's implement the second section, which is two ways. So at the top of my screen right here, let me minimize this. Basically going to copy this, put this right here. And also I'm going to say this is going to be a round trip. This is going to be round trip. So basically anywhere we have one way, we change this to round trip. Put this here. Put this here. Put this here. Put this here. And this is going to be called round trip. Excellent. You can see what that looks like already. And are we using the proper icon? Okay, we need to switch up the icon a little bit. So we are going to change, let's even remove this. We do not actually need this right here at all. Let me remove that also from here. I don't need the class name there at all. So minimize this, give this a dot for easy accessibility. So right here, we are going to say this is going to be arrow, path, rounded square icon. Save that, and you see that change right away. All right, so let's just implement the function to switch these to their respective segments. So just above or just underneath of this, we are just going to say const undo navigation change, right? The type is going to be of string, and this is basically going to say set navigation. Oops, we do not have set navigation yet. We do have that. So set page navigation to the type. So basically it takes the type that we currently pass into it and set this as the value here. So all you have to do is just copy this and basically put this right here. And let me just remove this. All right, so let me save that. And our segment should work right away. So it seems it is not working yet. I still need to undo something. And I believe we are even yet to implement the undo navigation change properly. So, I'm just going to come over here. I'm going to set this to round trip. And also, I'm going to set this to, one way. This should work without doubt. So let's select these. As you can see, we can switch between segments. And when we are in one way, we show a specific UI. When we're in round trip, we show a specific UI. And that is how that works. All right. So our trip option is ready. So let me just add a comment right here and say trip option components. Let me cut all of this and put it right here with the type. All right. So we are done with the first segment, right? We still need to implement several things like this form right here. So let's go ahead with that. So right here, let me minimize this. Underneath of this as well, I need like a location input. So whenever we click this, we'll be taken to a screen, right, or a modal to, set the departure dates and such also, right? And let's just go ahead and implement that. So at the top of our code, let's just come right here as well. So let me see location components. So I'm going to say const location input, right? It's going to be a React functional component. And this will look like this. This will look like this. Excellent. So inside of this is going to take some certain props and interface. So first things first, let's set the interface. So we're going to say interface location input props, and let's just pass in some default values. Placeholder will be there. So the icon as well, we need it. So icon is going to be react.react node, right? The value is also going to be a string, and onPress, you can call it unchange as well, but I want onPress to be there. So that will be there as well. So let's just assign this, copy this, and just assign the type here. Excellent. So inside of this, I can pass in all the props I specified here. As you can see, Copilot suggested that already. Placeholder will be there. The icon will be there as well. Okay. So let me just remove all of this. Oops. I made a mistake. So placeholder will be there. Icon will be there. Value will be there. onPress will be there. Cool stuff. So inside of this is where I'm going to have this input right here, right? So let's go ahead and implement that. So first things first, let's have a view. Let's have a view right here. And for this, we are going to say the class name is going to be border of tune, border of gray of 300, margin X of 4, margin bottom of 4, rounded of 2XL, justify of center. Cool stuff. So inside of this, I'm going to have a pressable. And the pressable is basically when you click it, it takes you a screen where you can search for locations and stops. So for the onPress, I'm basically going to say onPress, as you can guess. This is just going to say onPress, and that is all for that. And why is this throwing an error? Okay, I believe because of the type we have here. Let's remove that. All right, so inside of this, let's have another view. Let's bring these up. So the class name will basically be padding X of 4, flex of row, justify of between items of center. And inside of this as well, we're going to have a view. Why do I have that there? Okay, so the text will be there, right? But give this a refactor. Let me go back. Seems I press tab. All right, so I want to have a view here. Then this view class name is going to be width of 15%. Border is going to be border right of 2, border of gray 300. And inside of this, I'm going to have icon. Right? So also underneath of this, I'm going to have another view. This is what that looks like. So icon first, as you can see right here, this icon right here, we have the border right, then this field right here. Excellent. So for this view, I'm going to say it's going to have a class name. Oops. Class name is going to be width of 80%, padding y of 3. Cool stuff. So yeah, I'm going to say if value is, if it is true, show a particular value, else show a particular value. So I'm just going to have a text here, and this is going to say value. Class name is basically going to say transparent, text of gray, 600, font of bold. Else, I just want to have a placeholder right here. Text, and I'm going to have a placeholder. The class name is going to be of transparent. Text is going to be of large. Text of gray, 600. Font of semi-bold. All right, save that. That shouldn't throw any error. All we have to do is just use this location input and pass in all the necessary values. All right, so let's just scroll up, and just underneath of this, let me see, just underneath of this, I believe this is even this. Just underneath of this, we also have the location input. We have the location inputs here. So let's just have the location inputs like this for now. Let's have this default view right here. So let's just save this, and you see what that looks like right now. Cool stuff. And it seems we have some issues with our, styling. Things are getting out of the box. And let's just cut all of these and put this right here. Excellent. You can see things are shaping up just like what we have right here. So let's move ahead. So at the top here, let's create a variable called, the flight data, right? Let's see const search flight data, sets flight data, and it's going to be an object, obviously, but this is not what the object will look like. It is going to be, first things first, origin city, an empty string. Let's show up this. Destination city, and also departure date, return date. Let me just have the seat here for now. Let's treat the departure or one way first, then we go to the round trip later. The seat will be 0 by default, right? Let's go ahead and set the type for this as well. So just above my code, I'm going to say interface search flight data, and I'm just going to pass in these necessary types as well. Origin city is string, destination city is string, departure date is string, seat is number, right? All right, so let me just copy, let me change this to a cap. Copy this and just come down here. Where do I have that? I believe I'm done with the location input reusable components. All I have to do is just, pass in the type here. All right, so save that. That is what that should look like. All right. So now for my placeholder right here, it is not just going to be from. I'm going to say if search flight data dot origin city is true, then use search flight data dot origin city, else just have departure there. And you can see what that looks like. Departure city, cool. All right, so the icon that I'm going to be using is going to be coming from font awesome. Let me just say font awesome 5. The size is going to be 20, of course. Color is going to be gray. But the name of that icon also has to be plain departure. Excellent. You can see what that looks like. Cool stuff. So the value is basically going to, as you can guess, search flight data.origin city. And the on-press basically is going to be, to take us to a departure screen. More of that coming. Let's sort the design first. So save that. That is ready. All I have to do is just go ahead and say, sort the next one. And that is for the departure. And as you can see, Copilot already suggested this. So location input, just like we have written here, search flight data.destination city. And, same thing we have there. There's no point writing that again when we can, just copy and paste and change the value, right? So save that. We're going to see the destination city as well. Look how fast that is. So we have these two ready. Let's sort the date and the seats. So let me just minimize this. I can see this is destination city. And this thing is, origin city. Save these two. And let's now forge ahead with the departure dates. So for the date input, let's just come to the top of our code right here. Let's come to the top of our code right here. Where are we? Okay. Right here, let's see our departure dates components. We can easily just create these components outside of this code, right? To make the code less junky and too much on this UI. But yeah, there's no point doing that right now. Let's just get things sorted first. All right. So for the dates input props, I can even accept this departure date props. The placeholder will be of string. Icon is also there. Value is there. On-press is also there. This is something we've done before in the other props, and it just kind of, fulfill that for us since that is what we are doing. And yeah, let's try to fix our dates. So you know what? I'm just going to accept all these values for now and try to fix this. So the departure date, let me copy this and come underneath my code. I'm going to explain what was provided earlier, right? So let me save this. You can see departure date right here. This is basically what I have set up here, right? But I just need to specify the dates. So in my date component, I need to change some things, right? Basically, everything here as the props will remain the same, right? So the view here, I don't want this view here at all. Let me cut all of this. Let me cut all of this. I don't want a view here actually. So that's some of the changes I'll be making. So I don't want a view here. I want a class name here to have this. So border of 2, border gray of 300, MX of 4, margin bottom of 4, rounded to Excel, justify center, padding Y of 3, and also flex of row, items of center, and finally padding left of 4. Save that. It is almost perfect, but we still need to fix things up. So for the icon, let me take it outside of this view. And also, this shouldn't be here. So let me remove this as well. The class name is, width of 85%, right? Padding Y of 4, items of stats, justify of stats. And basically value is true. Just enter the value. And since we are doing some things wrong, right? So just give me a second. So right here, the value, well, basically, there's no need to check if the value exists or not. Or we can do it in a nicer way. So just copy, whoops, what did so just copy this, remove all of these, just have this text right here, and say value exists, do that, else just have the placeholder right then. Save that. And we're almost there with our styling, but we still need to fix this padding issue up. So let me just check once again where we are having the padding issue. It might not even be here, right? It might not even be here at all. So let me just check padding Y or padding X. Padding X is what we want here. Excellent. So, all right, we're almost there. Let's start this up. Let's see. Let's check back up. Our padding is not looking the same as this. So border of 2, border gray of 300. Justify, flex row. Padding left of that. Cool. Items, that's cool. Padding X of 4. And yes, that is basically what we want. But it seems our padding is not padding at all. Let's just go ahead and, sort things out. So right here, I can as well say, let's check this. Let's check what we did here. Padding X, padding Y of 3. Okay. So let's check border. Oops. Departure date, the border right. And how about we have this as 4? I think that looks similar to this. So I think that is all we need. So let's just scroll up to where we have our dates. So placeholder stays the same, We're basically going to say if search flight data dot departure date is true. Yes, but no. It is almost perfect, but let me just replace that. So selected date, which we don't have yet. If selected it is true, right? We are going to use selected date. Again, if selected date is true and selected date dot length is greater than 0, then use this, not this precisely. Let's use the selected dates. Then replace, because the date will come in a funny way, right? It is not going to come the way the API expects it, but it is our job to, give it a proper styling. So let me just choose this and let me just specify this like this. Then I want to have a $sign here. Then I want to have a G and looking like that. All right, so this is the regex I want for this. Selected date is not created here. That is why this squiggly line is here. But once I set that up, let me go and set that up right away. So I might not even need to type anything. Copilot will suggest that for me. As you can see, I need to pass in the date here. All right, so save that. my selected date is here. So dot length is what is saying does not exist on the dates. And I can just pass in a type here and say this is any. Fingers crossed that error is disappeared. All right. So for the icon, let's just leave the icon as it is. The value is going to be search flight data dot departure date, then dot replace, and replace that with this. Then the value, the on-press stays the same. We are going to implement the on-press data. So whenever we click into, we're able to select a calendar, a proper calendar, right? So let me just minimize this. And lastly, let's specify the seat, right? So the seat is basically going to be just a view. And this view, let me see, the class name is going to be border of gray 300, mx of 4, rounded of 2xl, padding y of 3, justify of center, flex of row, flex of row, items of center, padding left of 4, the rounded instead of 2xl. So right here, I'm going to have a view with an icon, right? So let's just say material, community icons, size is going to be 20, color is gray, then seat, passenger will be the name of the icon. Save that. Things should start coming up any moment from now, but my border is missing something. And also this border of 2. Cool stuff. So let's have a text input here to collect the number of people that will be traveling. So text input from React Native. Let's use Copilot to fill this. So class name is going to be weight of not full, but 85%. BG, not necessarily transparent. We can leave that as it is. Text of base, padding text of 4, font of semi-bold. And we do not need to specify the text color. So we are almost there. Let's just go ahead with things. The placeholder is going to be seats. The keyboard type is going to be numeric, right? The value is going to be, we have to set this to string and search flight data. Yes, that works. We can as well, just do string method and just pass this as it is, right? There are several methods to use to convert a value to string, right? So the onChange is going to take in the text, right? And even this still needs some work, right? First things first, let's clear everything here, right? Let's clear everything here. So this is going to be an arrow function, right? This is going to be an arrow function. First things first, I'm going to say const seat value is going to be, I want to pass that, and this is going to be, text, and this is going to be passed to 10, and this is going to be passed integer, right? And it seems I imported something wrongly, pass from verbal core. Look, I did not want that. So let's scroll down, All right, seems this is throwing an error because text doesn't exist, and that is because we are yet to pass in the properties or parameters there. So that's the first thing first. Pass the text you're getting to integer, right? And we're going to say const valid seat value, right? If it is none, set this to 0, else use the seat value. Like if the value of the text we're getting is not a number, just use 0, else just use the seat value we are getting. And finally, all you have to do is just, set search flight data. And this is also going to be an arrow function, right? And we are just going to spread the previous value, right? And say the seat is going to be valid seat value. And where do we get this previous? From the parameters here. All right. So the same thing we have right here, the search flight data we have right here, we have to create a similar one for the flight offer data. But, we can always go ahead and sort that data. But I want to just make sure I don't forget anything before leaving a particular stage. So I can also say const flight offer data, right? This is not going to be an array, but an object. And the origin location code is going to look like this. The destination location code is going to look like this. The departure is going to use, the date. The date, right? Also, the return date is going to look like this. Adults is going to be of a 0. So this is what our API expects us to send to them whenever we are consuming the API, right? So max results is going to be 0 or 10 rather. The maximum results we should get when we search for this particular flight. All right, so save that. So for this, I want to copy this and go to the bottom of my code. Right here also, I want to set the flight offer data, also to previous, right? Previous, then adult, set to value of the seats. So whatever value we are getting here, we are setting it in both the flight offer data and the search flight data, right? And this is throwing an error because we still need to type our, our flight offer data right here. So let me check once again if everything seems right. It does. Or if it's just create the type. That's all. So I'm just going to say flight offer data. And we're going to come to the top of our code and say interface flight offer data. Let's just use Copilot to prefill all of these fields. All right, so let's save that, and hopefully the error disappears. As you can see, that squiggly line error disappears. And looking at our code, all we have to do is just import or create this button, and we are good to go with searching for the departure, the likes and stuff. So let's just implement that. This will be the last thing we implement because these are data we are getting from the database. And before you can even have data there, you need to create a flight successfully and push that flight details to Superbase, store it, then get this flight back for that user, right? So let's implement this button and implement these other sections as well. So let me minimize this. Just here, I'm going to say the search button. So the view class name is going to be width of full, justify of start, padding top of 2, padding x of 4. So the press able, press able is going to be looking like this. So you have a text, right? And the text is basically going to say search or search flights, whichever you prefer. The class name is going to be PG. It's going to be one, two. I need to have an hash there. This is going to be 1 2 B3, 1 2 B3 A8. Cool, rounded or large. Oops. Rounded or large. Justify or center. Items or center. Padding Y or 3. So for my on press is going to look like this. Let me just create, a dummy on press like that. Nothing happens for now when you click it. So I believe we are done. All you have to do is just start the search as well. So class name, text of white, font of bold, text of large, and save that. That is what that looks like. So I can also, increase and say margin top of 2. And that is what that would look like. So as you can see, we are almost done. Let me just increase the margin top to 4. Padding Y to also 4. And that should look like that, as you can see. So once you prefill all this information, search for it, it shows this nice, activity indicator that we have set up earlier. Then it takes you to the next screen with the flight details and stuff. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and implement searching for departure, searching for destination, setting the date, and also, setting the seats. So let's just go ahead with that. Let me minimize this search button. And yeah, let's start doing some interesting things. So whenever we click on this, we want to take us to the departure screen. All we have to do is just, implement that right here, which is the origin city. As you can guess, we just say router dot. What are we going to push? We're going to push to, the departure. And seems we don't have router imported yet, but we can just easily import this right here from Expo router. And it says departure screen doesn't exist, as you can see. It doesn't exist. So let's just go ahead and create that. So let's just add here. And, in my app, then I'm going to create a new file called departure.js. And I'm going to basically create a React Native functional export. Let me rename this to departure screen. And that squiggly line should disappear any moment from now. Departure. And I probably need to, go to my layout, layout, and create, and say this is start.string, or this is going to be departure. So save that. We can also remove this because we've set everything here. And it's saying no route name departure. Of course, we do have a route name departure. So let me just copy this. Maybe the naming is different. Of course, it is the same. So anyway, let me just, I'm basically going to refresh I'll need to refresh my app for that page to register. So let me just reload. We see our fancy welcome screen, and it says departure doesn't exist. Okay, so we made a mistake right here. Copy, save that, click on discover, and that error disappears. And this shouldn't be actually there any longer. The error should disappear by now, but anyway, let's just go ahead. Let's see if you click on it, if it goes. The page doesn't exist. All right. So what are we doing wrong? Okay, let me try something different. Export default, which is basically the same thing in some sense. But I just like to try things differently if things are not working. Departure. All right. So remove this as well. Remove this as well. This is a normal function. That is an arrow function. So it seems it's still not registering that screen. Departure.js. Discover. Departure. Okay. Not found. All right. Who knows? Let's try again. Let's try something different. JSX. Let's try something different. It's still not seeing it, so it seems we need to reload our app once again. Let's try that once again. The fact that it doesn't show that the screen doesn't exist shows that the screen actually exists. But our component is just finding it hard to register that UI. All right. We have the departure here already. So if that doesn't work, okay, yes, it does now. Our departure screen exists, as you can see, departure. So I was thinking we are going to need to, stop our server, then start the server again, but it seems it has registered it on the screen right now. That took some seconds to display, which is not nice at all. It should register it immediately. All right, so let's just go ahead and set up the UI for the departure. All right, so for the departure screen, this is what that will look like. As you can see, departure date, select the date, then save it, and that is what that looks like. So let me just minimize this, and let's click on this, then go to our departure to start sorting things out. So first things first, let's have a class name here. And the class name is going to say flex of 1, items of center. The background is going to be R557FA. Then just underneath of this, I'm going to have another view. And this view is basically going to say class name is going to be width of full. Width of full, height of full. All right. So for this view as well, still inside of that view, I'm going to let me save this. I'm going to have something similar to what I created earlier with this. Let me check again. Okay, spending, not spending. where I have my, yes, so this exactly, copy this and basically just put this right here. And I can as well save this and, see how that looks. But the height will not be as high as that. I can just, we will remove the margin bottom of 4, justify start, border range of 600, width of 4, this color relative, padding top of 16, padding bottom of 8. That is what I want that to look like. Once I add the necessary information, it will fit in that information. So inside of this view, I'm going to also have another view. I'm going to have another view inside of this. And I'm just going to say, I want to have my header comment here. I want to have a view here. Let's just say this view as a class name of flex of row. Let's have that there. Okay. So gap of 4, justify of start. Let's bring this up. So the autocomplete shows below. Height of 14, width of 20%. So just underneath of this, we are going to have the back button. Whoops. So press able. We are going to have the following class name there. So the class name is going to be flex of row, gap of 2, justify item, justify start, item center, height of 14, and width of, I believe we need to copy or cut that width and put this right here. This shouldn't be here as well, but instead have padding X of 2. All right, so whenever we press this, we want to basically take us back to the previous screen we are. So on press is going to basically router dot push, or rather router dot back rather to where we are coming from. All right, so do we have router imported? Let me just import router. So import router from Expo router. Save that. Let's just bring in our icon and you have the ability to go back and stuff. So let me just have a view here. And this view is going to say class name is going to be rounded. Oops. Rounded. Take this up. So the autocomplete comes low. Rounded of full, BG of gray. Not BG0. BG of gray 500. Height of 10, width of 10, justify of center, items of center. So inside of this, I'm going to have material icons. The name is going to be arrow bar area, size is 24, and the color is going to be of white. So material icons will be coming from import material icon from Expo vector icons. Let's see what that looks like. As you can see, that is what that looks like. So this icon has to be of 30, and it seems something is not properly done. We need our text to be centered properly. And let me just check gap. That doesn't seem to be the issue. Okay. Was to remove this gap. Nothing is happening for now. Okay. And let me just change this to center, because I believe that might be hindering that. But no, it isn't. So let's check rounded full. Let's check again. BG, right? Let's use this to debug. Okay. So let me check. Let me try another. Let's say keyboard arrow left. Excellent. That works. So it seems it was the arrow that was. So if I click on this, I go back to where I'm coming from. Click this. I go back, as you can see. So I can as well show this as a model instead of, what is currently being displayed, right? So let's just go ahead and implement that. That'll be the last thing we do. So what next with our UI? So this text and this save button, which saves the date we selected. So under my pressable, I'm just going to have a view here. This class name is going to be weight of, 60%, justify of center, items of center, flex of row. For the text, I'm just going to select departure. Let me go back to where I'm coming from. Oops. That is one of the reasons I want to replace that with a model. So moving on, let's just start this select departure one. So let's see class name. The class name is going to be text of large, text of white, font of extra bold. Save that. And yep. Let's now move on to the last piece, which is so just underneath of this, I'm going to also have another view, right? With another view inside of this. Then I'm going to have material, community icons. I want to have name of dot vertical, size of 30, color of white, and this as well. But I want to have horizontal instead of vertical. So horizontal. Let me go to the top of my code and import that. Let me see if I can import it directly. No. So let me just copy all of this. Let me put this right here. So save that. You can see the 3 dots I'm mentioning. So this seems to be the departure date, right? But the searching of the departure text input and stuff looks similar, right? So we're just going to use this UI to create the departure screen. Basically, we're going to have a text input here where we can search for specific locations. So let me just go back and continue working on this code. So right here, let me minimize this. Underneath of this, I'm going to now have the airport or city search. Right, so you can search for airport or city. So I'm going to have a view here. And this view is going to say class name is going to be weight of full. Oops. Width of full. Padding Y of 4. Padding X of 4. Relative. So let me just go to my view here again. Class name is going to be, flex of row. Justify of between items of center, BG of white, border of 2. And inside of this, again, I'm going to also have another view. So just save this. I'm going to let me have to say class name is going to be width of full, width of full, height of full, justify of center. Then here I'm going to have my text input, not from React Native Web, from React Native instead. So I'm just going to have the following properties. Placeholder is going to be search for airport or city. The placeholder text color is going to be, I can just specify gray. That's all. The value is going to be of search input, which we are here to create. But let me just go to the top of my code so Copilot can quickly create that for me. So let me just remove this, then import this from React. So search input, save that. You should see something right away. That is not all. So on change text will basically be, we can do this like this, but I like to just put undo input change, which we are still here to create the function. The class name is going to be PG of transparent, text of gray 600, height of full, padding X of 2, and let's just capitalize things. And it seems, let me change this to TypeScript real quick so we can catch this error before we even save. So let's forge ahead and just create a dummy, function right here. So save it and clicking on this, and the IP chain doesn't exist, but we have created that. Let me just reload that. So let's go back to our screen and you can see what that looks like right now. So whenever we search for any value here and the text change, it's going to change that value to the value here, right? So we're basically just getting all the value that we type inside of this text input and setting the value to this search input right here. Then we're going to use this to search the API for all the city and airports that we want to search for. All right. But since our code is not what we expect it to be yet with the border and stuff, we are here to add the border gray of 400, rounded of XL, height of 14, overflow of hidden. Save that. And you can see what that looks like right now. You can search for any airport and city. That is what we want, basically. And you can type in whatever, value you want to type in. Lagos, London, wherever. Type it there and you can search properly. So, while still here, I want to, because our text input will work like an autocomplete, we need to also show the autocomplete whenever we search for the value. So right here, let me just say const autocomplete results. Then set that to an empty array. So just underneath of this, let me minimize this. Just underneath of this, I'm basically going to say autocomplete results. I'm going to say if autocomplete results, dot length is greater than 0, then we want to show a particular component with our search results, right? So let's just have a view here. So the class name is going to be border of 2, border of gray, 400 BG of white, rounded of XL, shadow of small, and also margin top of 4. So let's move on. So inside of this, we are going to have, a flat list from React Native to display all of our cities and stuffs. So let me just accept this autocomplete and explain what it will work with basically. So the flat list takes in the data for the autocomplete results. And how does the autocomplete work? Whenever you search for anything, you set those values to the autocomplete results. And basically, you now display those results. Excellent. The key extractor is item.id. The render item, our own will probably look more complex than this, but this is just a good way to proceed, right? So let me just change this to the on-press is going to be different as well. The class name padding X of 2 instead, padding Y of 2. Border, nope. I don't want any border right here. I just want rounded of XL, margin Y of 1. Inside of these, I want the text, which is right. The autocomplete is correct. So text of gray of 500, then capitalize. Capitalize. So we're going to be assigning the item.name and also item.IATA code. IATA code. And all of this will make sense once we start fetching our data right away. So let me put this in a bracket and, save that. So in our autocomplete result, it will include the item.name So in our autocomplete result, it will include the name and also the IATA code, that is the airport or city code, right? And we're going to display both so that the user can select which one is for them specifically, because you can have very similar name, but the IATA code will definitely be the one that will distinguish what is what. We're still going to implement the searching of API, and I'm going to tell you how to use the proper API and also how to get the API key. So much of that in the bits. So you know what, let's go ahead and, search for the API that we'll be using today. So you can go to your Chrome and just search for, Amadeus for developers, Amadeus for developers, the developer.amadeus.com. Just give this a second or two to load. And this is what the website looks like, right? Amadeus for developers. And all you have to do is, get started with self-service APIs. Obviously, you have to register or sign up and also sign in. So in my own case, I can just get started with self-service APIs. And I will need to sign in, right? You can see the steps to get your API key. Create an account, get your API key, make your first API call, and you are good to go. As you can see, this is what the interface looks like. So let me just, sign in. I already have an account. Let me sign in. Let me just sign in right here. And you can see Joseph. So it loads and I go ahead to get my API key basically. So if I click on this, I go to my self-service workspace. It loads, takes some time. And first things first, you see the My App right here, and you have one self-service apps. So you need to create an app. Once you create an app, this is what it will look like. So if I click on this, right, I'll be able to get all my API keys that I need to, start making calls to, call. So basically, this is what you see after you click on that. And you can see the app name targeted to business consumers. So API keys, you can see what that looks like. Test keys, base URL is test.api.com. And there are two ways to, get your API keys. You can get for testing, you can get for production, right? And for production, that basically means you want to stand alone as a travel agency, start booking tickets for your clients and users and stuffs. And that will come with a fee, obviously, because you're also charging your client and stuff. But for these test keys, it is absolutely free. All I have to do is just, copy my API key, set it up in my, Expo and start making calls and stuffs. And I will also show you where to get the API documentation. So I can say Amadeus Travel API or say Amadeus API Postman. And as you can see, Amadeus for Developers Public APIs. If I click it, you'll be able to see all the APIs that we'll be using to fetch our data, right? We have several APIs available or provided to us. So it is opening Postman now and trying to show me what I need to do to get things started. Let me close this for now. And you can see the brief introduction, right? So I can as well just, sign in and clone these, So I'm going to sign in right now, and this might take a second. So let me just sign in. Let me sign in with Google. So I'm signed in now. I can go to, collections, and you can see Amadeus for developers. If I select this, I can see everything I need to see about making API calls to search for, flights, to search for locations. There are several things you can do with the Amadeus for developers endpoint. First is for authorization. You need to get authorization, right? So if you select this, you can see what the API looks like. If you check the body, you see the client ID, client secret, and the grant type. This client ID is what you have. Let me check again. So the secrets, this is the secret right here. The API key is what you have right here. And the grant type is always this, so you don't need to change this. And, they have this here because in your environment, you can specify, the client secrets and stuff. So if I just go to this and copy this, so that's my API key. So if I just pass this here, so if I just close this for now, I believe I need to fork the entire repository. So let me just create a fork so I can edit those values, right? So create a fork and, Joseph top rated fork, then fork collections, and I'll be able to edit those parameters and put in my own API keys, secrets, and the likes. So I'm creating the fork now, and this will open up in a bit. So just give this a second. Give this a second. So I can just go back to my environment. I can go to my globals environment and, I have my client ID here, right? I can just, copy this. Or basically, let me teach you how to create a new environment, right? You can just create a client ID, right? And the current value, just put this right here. Then what else does this say we need? Let me check again. For the globals, I need the client secrets as well. Copy this. Client secrets. I believe this is supposed to be client underscore ID. Copy this. Paste this. So the client secrets, it has to be unique. I cannot show you mine now. So just put it right here, put it right here and save it. And if you go to your collections, if you go to access grant client credentials, go to the body, you can see what we just set right now, right? And I can specify the new environment, and you can see how that looks like. You can see what my client ID and my client secret looks like. And yes, if you hover each one, you see that the client ID has been set. So if I click on send, I should get a token that I can use to make several API calls, right? As you can see, this is my username. This is my application name booking, client ID, access token. It is not this access token that we use to make API calls, right? And the state is approved. And make sure that you note the expires in time, because I think this is maybe like 10 or 20 minutes that the API token expires. And if it does, all you have to do is, click this again, send, to get a fresh access token and stuffs, right? So you can even also copy this access token, go to the token information to check if it has expired or not. I currently do not have. Okay, I think I do have one now. So if I click on send, you can see how that looks like. As you can see, it is still active and all. So that is how to use or get the access token for your app, right? And if you check the other endpoint as well, flights, this is how to book flights. This is how to check for cars, market insights, hotels. You can build several apps with these endpoints, right? So let me just head back to let me go to my token information and copy my access token. Let me just copy this and let me minimize this. So in my code, I have to pass in or store the API token somewhere. So if I just go to my, go to my utils, let me create another file here. Nope. Let me create another file here called utils, or folder called utils. And I'm going to say api.js. What's this? I'm going to say basically const API token is going to be equal to, let me just paste this here. And this is what my API token will look like. But make sure that you take note of the fact that it expires after a short amount of time. So if you like, you can, keep going to Postman and refreshing the token. But what I like to do is just set everything up here. And at the end of the day, if it expires, throws an error that it has expired, I can just refresh this page, get the new token, copy it, and replace it with this. And that's all. That is what I'm going to set up right now. So I'm going to say, base URL, export const this, export const this as well. But the base URL, as you can note, let's check flights. And let's just search for flight offers. And let me just copy all of this. It will be similar for most of the calls we'll be making. These parts or this base URL will be similar. It is some of these things that will change. If you check again, you can see this flight offers. If you go to flight offer search, you can see it is basically what we just copied now. If we check flight offer price, you can see this is the same. It is only this that changed, right? So it is best to just store that somewhere, right? So just replace this with this and you are good to go. So for my own configurations, let me just, import Axios from Axios. And I like to have my own configurations. I'm going to say the client ID will be assigned to, I have to pass in the client ID. Then also const client secret is this. Then I'm going to say let API, or say new API token is an empty string. Now let's create the API call. I'm going to say const get new access tokens. And this is just to save us from, going and coming back from Postman and our Visual Studio Code. So let me see. Let's have this like this. Const response is await axios.post, and we are basically posting to these endpoints, right? We are passing the client secret as the client ID that we have right here. The client secret is also the client secret. The grant type is basically client credentials, right? So we still need to specify something. So after this, let me have a comma right here. Let me also pass in the headers, which is going to be content type, but it is going to be application dash x dash www form URL encoded. Excellent. So save that. And let's just continue with our work. So whenever you get the new value back, you basically just assign it to the data.access_token, which is what we created right here. So this, you have to update it once you get the token back. And you're going to see, I'm going to console.log the token, so you can see you don't need to be going to the Postman to get things. So the new access token or new API token is like this. All right. So you have to call this function, obviously. So let's say get new access token. And I believe that is all. So if I just bring this up, let me minimize this. Let me replace this client token with our API key. So let me just, go to my, let's see, my browser, copy my API secret. My API secret is this. And my API key is this as well. So if I save this, you see that it will get me a new API token, right? So watch my console.log. So save that. It will call that function. And let's see. Let's save this. Nothing is happening for now. And, we are going to implement a try and catch. So in case there is any error, and we are also going to catch whatever error we might be getting. So this const, I'm going to cut all of this, cut it out, put it inside of this try. Give this a second. And whatever error we get, just, console.log it. So save that. And, I'm just going to minimize this and reload my app. Reload my app. You should see my API token right away. Okay, it seems I'm not getting anything for now. Okay, if I'm not getting anything, it just shows that probably because I've not called that somewhere. I've not called the API token somewhere. But let me just, go back to my departure and start using the API token to call the API endpoint. And that will also trigger these components as a whole itself, because this API token is called. So let me just go to my function right here. First things first, I want to create a debounce, right? So whenever we search for any city, I don't want it to search immediately. I want it to wait for like 5 seconds before it calls the API, so we don't misuse the API that we're being provided freely. So I'm just going to say, all right, come here and, first things first, create an auto complete search, right? And it's going to be an async. It's going to take the search input, right? And basically, I'm going to try something. I'm also going to catch whatever error we get back, right? So inside of this try, I'm going to say the const headers is going to look like this. I'm going to say the authorization is going to be bearer. This is how we're supposed to use our API keys normally, but because we have it set up differently, I'm just going to, bring the API token. Didn't I export it out? I did API token. So copy this, and this should. So let me try to import that. Import API token from. Let me specify the path. The path is utils, I believe. Utils API, and that is what that looks like. So save that. And moving on, I'm going to say, all right, let's start calling or building the URL. So URL is going to be, I'm just going to accept these autocomplete, and you can get the autocomplete from, just go to your browser in Postman, search for airports, city and airport, I believe. City and airport, and this is what you basically need, right? Reference data, location, subtype, city, airport, and keyword by so. So let me just copy this, put this right here, right? But because autocomplete has provided that for me, I do not need to change that. So the airport / city and keyword is going to be the search input, which is basically what we are passing right here. Again, we are building a URL to search for our autocomplete, and this is what the API part looks like, right? It takes in the search input, as you can see here. It takes in the keyword, right? So all I have to do is just, come back here and say const response is going to be await axios dot get. I'm going to pass in what the URL and headers. These headers are set right here and the URL, basically, right? Whenever you get the result back, let me bring in axios from axios. Whenever you get the result, basically now set the auto complete result to response.data.data, basically. Cool stuff. So catch the error, console.log the error, and I want to be specific with the error. If the error, right, error.response is true, and the error dot response dot status is strictly equal to 429, which basically means we are out of, our API token has expired, then I'm going to say, rate limit exceeded, right? Basically, this is what we are going to show. All right, why is this throwing an error? It's of type of unknown. No issues with that. So this is complete. Let's now implement the debounce, right? So basically what I'm going to do is say const debounce search is now going to be of the bounce. I believe we are here to install our or create our debounce function, but basically to take in the autocomplete and also a time frame, right? So let's just go to the top of our code and say const debounce is going to take in the function, right, which is this autocomplete right here, and also the delay, which is the number, right? So let's time out ID. Let's just initialize that right now. And basically return function args, which is any, by the way, for the type. And here I'm going to say clear timeout to be the time. And also the timeout ID is going to be set timeout, and also pass this arrow function to it. You don't need to memorize this or cram this. It's something that is out there freely on any platform, right? So this timeout is has a type of any, no issues at all. So let me just save this, and hopefully no error throws. Good, we are doing the right thing. So I can as well, change this from null to this. And this is also going to say it has a type of any, no issues at all. So to the final step of that, so basically I'm now going to, call the debounce search with the value right here. So save this. So what we've created is basically, once you pass in a value here, it sets that value to the debounce search, all right? And basically call this function right here. Excellent. And once it calls this function, the function also calls the debounce, and basically set it to just 5 seconds. I believe this is 5 seconds, and stops. So fingers crossed, everything works as expected. So let's just go ahead and search for a city. So right here, we just search for Lagos, and you are going to see the search results right here. Look at that. You are able to search for locations. Let's search for, London instead. London. After 5 seconds or 5 milliseconds, you're going to see location for London. And I believe this error is too many requests also, but I didn't catch that. But let's just leave that for now. So you can see what that looks like. London, Heathrow, Gatwick. These are the airports located in London, right? And you can select that as your departure location. All right. Let's move on to the ability to select this location, set it to the state, and whenever the user goes back, they can see the location they selected. All right. So right here in my code, I'm going to say the const flight offer data, set flight offer data. I'm going to set to all of this, but the only thing I actually need is to set the origin location code, right? That's the only thing I need. This, I do not have it right here. I believe I need to make this a public export. So export flight offer data. Then inside of here, import it right away. And it seems some things are missing there. But anyway, let me just undo that then and create its own type if necessary. Or let's just pass in any for now. Or maybe even nothing for now. So after setting that, you can, also say, create another variable, right? And say previous selected departure, set previous selected departure to be of an empty array, right? We want to be able to track the previously selected departures by the users, all right? So that is what this will undo. So at the bottom here, we are going to say const undo select auto complete item. And basically, I'm going to say const previous, I'm going to say const previous selected cities is going to be assigned. I'm going to spread the existing previously selected, departure to the cities, right? All right. So basically retrieving, the previously selected cities, right? So now I want to add new selected city to that array, right? So I'm going to say previous selected city dot push. And what am I going to push there? Basically, the city is going to be item dot name. Then the IATA code is going to be item dot IATA code. This is all type error. Let me see if I can type this to any. Okay, that doesn't work. All right, let's move on to, storing that information to async storage, right? So I'm going to say await async storage dot set item, right? And what am I going to call the key? It's going to be, departure cities, comma, then I have to, stringify the values I'm getting before I'm able to save it. All right. So I need to also make sure this is an async. Async, so that the await can, at the top level of the modules. Okay. Do this right here, and that error disappears. I'm here to bring in my async storage from React Native. Async storage. So React Native async storage, async storage. So now I'm basically now going to say after setting that, then I'm now saying update state with the newly selected city, right? So set previous selected departure to be previous selected cities. Good to go. Then finally set flight offer data. Spread the existing flight offer data, but also the origin location code will be the item.iata code. All right. So I believe that is all. Is that all? Then I'm going to say set search input to basically be, let me create a backticks here. So it should now be item.name, item.iata code. Whenever you select it, that is what will be displayed right here. As you can see, this is the item name, this is the IATA code. Once I select this, the value here will be replaced by what I selected here. And also finally set auto complete results to be an empty array. Save that. And we've already set up handling, selecting of, autocomplete in our code. So all you have to do is just copy all of this, then go to your autocomplete results where we have our on press, right? So put this right here and set this to item. Good. All right. So let's search for London again. London. Search for London. You see the search results for London. If you select London, you can see what we just implemented. It replaces the search results with what we have right here. And, I can also just go to my code where I have my search input. And I believe I have it as capitalized, but yeah, that doesn't seem to be changing at all. But yeah, This looks good, right? So if I go back to my code, to my home screen, I should see this location and also be able to fetch it. First, I need to fetch it from async storage and assign it to, what we have set up right here as the origin location code. All right. So, or instead, the search flight data as what we have right here. Good. So I've already set this to async storage. I need to fetch. Our work is not done in the departure because we still need to fetch the previously selected locations, right? So basically, I'm going to go to the top of my code and say const load previous selected, let's say departure or cities rather. Cities. I'm going to say try. We're going to try and catch something. Try catch. All right. So is there any error here? Let me see. All right. So what do you want to try? Basically, create a variable of cities and get all the departure cities from async storage. Assign it here. If the cities exist or if the city is not equal to null, right? Then set previous selected city to json.parseCities. And ladies and gentlemen, let's have a curly braces here. So if the error exists, basically tell people that, okay, error loading previous selected cities. All right, so put a comma here. So all you have to do is just, call this in a use effect. So just fetch it once you are in that component. All right, so let's just use effect. Let's just use effect to load that. Put a comma here and undo an empty dependency array here. So whenever you come into this component, just fetch all the previously selected cities, right? So it has cleared now. But if I, render the, previous selected departure, you're going to see everything now. So let me render that straight away. So underneath of my autocomplete, from down right here, and say previous selected cities, let's have a view here. Let's have a view here, and also say the class name is going to be padding text of 4, width of full, and let's see if Copilot helps us or if the code is even correct. Let's save that. As you can see, previous selected locations, London. That is basically what we want. So I believe I don't need a border right here. I can just list. Let's search for Paris. And let's see how that works basically. Paris field status with code 401. That could be our API expiring. So let me check this. As you can see, I have my new API token logged here. Let me just copy this and replace that with this. Let me minimize this. Let me comment this out. Save that. Search for Paris again. And yes, as you can see, the advantage of this, all I have to do is just copy this and replace that with this. And let me select Paris, and you can see that is stacking up on top of each other. These are the previously selected locations we have. And let's see what the codes for that look like. So first things first, it shows this text, which is previously selected location, which is here. So it maps all the previously selected location, right? It takes in the parameter of city and index. This is an arrow function. It takes in the pressable, right? And you have the onPress basically here. So this onPress will basically replace what you have here, right? So if I select this, it will replace this as this, right? As the previous selected location. If I choose this, in case you and this has an advantage because you have previously selected or searched for a location. You don't want to be wasting your API calls and searching every now and then. You can just select the previously selected location. And basically the key is the index, right? onPress is basically going to set the flight offer data, spread the existing data, then the origin location code will be city.iata code, right? Set search input to be what we select here. Just class name, BG of white, border of 2, border gray of 400, rounded XL, padding X, padding Y of, I can even change this to 3. And you can see what that looks like. Margin Y of 2. Fixed, city.city and city.iata code. So this is what that looks like. And thanks to Copilot, we were able to quickly generate that and, move ahead with things. So if I minimize this, we are done with our departure, right? We are done. All you have to do is just go back, fetch those locations and replace that with this, all right? And that departure, this screen, we are going to also use it for, our, I think, destination, right? Our destination is also going to be similar like this. So we don't need to be bothered about recreating all of this. We'll just, use the same component and stuffs. So let's go back and replace this with what we already fetched there. So in our index, let me close this. In our index or in our home screen, let's set up the components to fetch, our use effect. Let's just keep this as a dummy. But this is not what we will be using, right? So first things first, we're going to say const load selected destination, right? It's going to be an async. And also I'm going to, this is what that would look like. So you can have a clear view of what we are implementing. So first things first, I'm going to say try and also catch some bad guys error. All right, so inside of this try, I'm going to say const, right? Departure cities is going to be coming from async storage.get items and specifically departure cities. So save that as this. You can also get destination cities as well, like set it up. Destination cities is await async storage.get item destination cities. So we are going to implement that when we click on this and go to that screen. All right. So the departure date as well, let's set it up. Const departure date is also going to be called departure date. So we are going to say if the departure is strictly not equal to null, that is when we want to perform this operation, right? If it's not equal to null, departure cities instead. Departure cities is not equal to null. Then we are going to say const departure cities array. Array is going to be JSON.parse departure cities. And I'm going to say I want to pick the last added item in that array, which is basically what the user wants to search for, right? So just auto-complete this last added item, and it is going to take the departure cities array and get the total length and pick the last one. All right, so after getting that, What do you think we do? We search the flight data, and the origin city is going to be last added item.city. Cool stuff. So also I'm going to set, the flight offer data to what we already have right here. Interesting. Again, we are setting up this try. First, we are creating the function, right? Getting the departure cities from the async storage, the destination cities, the departure date as well. If the departure cities is not null, pass the departure cities from the async storage, store it here. But after storing it, get the last item in that array, store it here. Then also now assign the city name to this, then also the ITA code to this. Interesting. We are going to do the same for the destination cities, I believe. So let's just sort for the destination cities as well. Print the same thing, destination cities, last item in the destination cities and stuff. For the date as well, that is what we are going to do. That is the advantage of using Copilot and stuff. And some things we just should be streamlined. Don't need to bother about creating it again. And for the last one, departure dates. And I believe I am getting some funny errors here. All right, this works, right? Set selected dates to be departure dates. Set flight data to this and this. And why is this throwing an error? Set flight offer, and let's check why that error is even occurring at all. So let's check our flight offer data, and yes, we have that to be working. Okay, so what is the issue right here? Let me just remove all of this. And we seem to be getting a funny error. So let's just, comment this out for now. And let's just save this. What we need first is, this destination or departure city that we've set to first work. So let me minimize this. And, let me add the comment here. Fix departure date issue. So we know we have to come back to this. So let's just call this function, right? And let's say load selected destination, just call it straight away like that. And also we need to be able to trigger this use effect whenever we come back into this view. And we can do that by setting a refresh data boolean, right? So we can say, go to the top of my code, right here or right here, create const, refresh data and set that to false. So right here, after loading all the location, I'm going to set refreshed data to false instead. This is not where I set it to true. I'm going to set it to false. I'm going to use the refresh data to trigger this use effect so that it loads this information, right? So where do I call that? So I'm going to say create a function here called const undo back from previous screen. And that's basically going to be an arrow function. Set refresh data to true. And I'm going to use a final thing here called use focus effects. And also use a callback. All right. So inside of here, let me just cut this. Let me have this right here. All right, let me bring in use focus effect from, I believe is React navigation native. Use callback from React. Okay, I believe I need to bring it in from, Expo router. So let me just check once again. Use focus effect should be coming from Expo router. Let me go back, click this from Expo router. Excellent. So all I have to do is basically, and I'm using use callback because I want to memorize the function, right? So let me just say undo back from previous screen. And basically what I'm going to put is just the session here. And where will I get the session from? I'm basically getting the session from the user store, right? So let me just go up here and say const session sets it to session. So as you can see, I have my values right here, Paris. So if I click this, click on London, go back, I'm supposed to see that there because that is what I selected. But if that is not working, then that means that I need to take it a step further. Let me click it again. Let me search for where? Let me search for London. Let me search for London. And yeah, I get that error again, which is my API token has expired. So let me just bring this up, save. I get a new API key. Copy this, close this. Then replace this with this. And let me search for, save this. Then let me search for New York. If I search for New York, I get places in New York. So select this, select New York. And I believe I need to render this uniquely so it doesn't duplicate, what we selected. Let me go back and you can see New York right there. Basically, that is what we want our implementation to look like. So folks, we are going to be implementing the destination cities, the departure dates, and this. And with that, we can start searching for flights and stuff. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get started with that. So let's get started with the destination. And basically what we are going to do is, duplicate this and put this right here. So I'm going to call this destination, not destination, destination. All right, so I'm going to change this to destination. So inside of my layout, I'm going to have another one here. Right, so this is going to be called destination. So minimize this, save this. I do, so just pick that as soon as possible. I have destination right here. So close this, I have my destination. So when I click, let me go to my code right here. Let me copy this, replace this with this. Then this is going to be destination. All right. So click this. The screen doesn't exist yet. No issues at all. Let's try that again. Okay, so it seems React or Expo router takes some time before it registers the new path that we just created. So try again. Excellent. So that is what we want. So in destination, let's change some things pretty quick. So so this is going to be destination. Select destination. And let's just switch things up. So like I said, this is just a replica of what we already have. All we have to do is just refactor some things, and that should work as expected. So let's copy this. Oops. Copy and search for anywhere we have origin location. Let's replace that with destination. So destination location code. So copy this. Anywhere we have the origin location, replace this with destination. And this also with this. So that is the first thing we have to do. And moving on, I can say, okay, this previous selected departure, let me change this to destination. Let me change this to destination and let me search across the app. I'll replace this with this. So where else do we have that? So let me replace this with this. And yeah, so let me change this to as well. So I'm going to say set previous selected destination. Copy all of this. Then search for where we are setting that state. So this. And this as well. And yes, so we are going to load, and this is going to be destination. All right. So load previously selected cities, but it is going to be destination cities. And let's just move ahead. So this stays the same. This stays the same. And this stays the same as well. All right. So this needs to be changed to destination cities. Save that. And if I go back, come here, you see that there's no previously selected destination, right? Because this doesn't contain any values yet. So what else? Let's check our code once again. I think that is it for, let me remove this text. Save that. So let's search for, a destination. And going back to our components, this default value will be replaced by what we searched for. So let me select this. Let me get my API key back. I believe we have that in utils. So let me just, how does that look like? Okay, this. So saving this, I should get a new API key, copy this, and put it right here. Save that. So let me search for Paris. And all right, so I can select Paris, then go back, and I will have Paris as my destination state or city right there. All right. So as you can see, that is what the departure and the destination looked like basically. And the next thing we have to do is just set the, the departure date, right? So we can also get started with that. So let's just go to our destination. We are done with destination. Let's close it. Go to our layout and also create another one called, I believe that is departure date. So let's just go here And inside of our app, let's create a departure dates.tsx. I believe that is what that would look like. Or instead, have it like this. So React Native functional exports departure date. And that is what that looks like. So let's just copy this. Replace this with this. Departure date. All right. So when we select this, we're supposed to go to that screen, but this doesn't exist right now. Let's refresh it like always, because Expo router takes a couple of seconds to update that. So departure date, as you can see, that is what we have there. And in our design, this is what our departure date will look like, right? So it has this cool header as well, and also this calendar view to select the dates. So while in my departure dates, I have to open the departure as well. Departure, first things first, let me copy some of these things that we have here. So let me just copy all of this, copy all of this. Let me remove this. So copy all of these, then go to departure date, replace that with this, then complete this, and also one more. All right, but this is not going to, we need to import some of these things. Router from Expo router, material icons from Expo vector icons, community icons from Expo vector. So this one is selected, or select departure dates. Fingers crossed this work as expected. As you can see, that is what we want. Departure dates is what we have there. We can replace this. Cool stuff. So moving on, I can as well create the calendar view we have right here. So let me minimize all of this. All right, so inside of this, I'm going to have the calendar view. All right, so this is going to be a view, and also some of the things I have. Let me save this, close this. So for the departure, I do have the set flight offer data, right? So let me just copy this departure date, put this right here, and this is going to be called departure dates, which is going to be of dates. All right, so moving on, let's now bring in our calendar view, right? And our calendar is coming from calendar, it is coming from React Native calendars. Oops, so we definitely don't have, okay, cannot find module React Native calendars or its corresponding declarations. Okay, so I'm going to have the calendar right there. And the calendar is basically, it's going to be a self-closing tag. All right. So I'm going to say on day press, whenever we press any specific date, right, I want to pass an arrow function inside of this curly braces. All right. So let me just set this out this. So the day we are not using it yet, I believe it has also a type of any. So basically, this is an arrow function with a day parameter. And what we are doing is setting the flight offer, spreading the existing data, but also, you know, setting the departure date, right? But this is not what I want. I want new date, then date string. All right, I can, fix this with a type of any. And yes, so save that. It says React Native calendars could not be found within the project. Okay. Since we didn't install that, so let's check. We don't have that installed right now. So let's just install it very quick. Let's go to our Safari. Let's search for React Native calendars. Select this. And if you scroll up, you should be able to see the TypeScript version as well. So let's just copy this. Copy. Minimize this. Paste this right here to install React Native calendars. And this error should disappear any moment from now. So that's been installed. This disappears in 3, 2, 1. Oops, that's not going. But anyway, let's check once again. Save these once again. React Native calendars. Okay. Let's check. Let's check again. All right. Okay, calendar with an A. So calendar with an A. Save that. And let's reload our app. So let's reload our app. And you should see the calendar any moment from now. Excellent. You can see our calendar and the current month we are currently in. So all you have to do is just, mark the specific date that we are currently, right? So let's just go ahead with that and say marked dates, which is going to be having 2 curly braces. And I'm going to basically, create an array like this, all right? And say flight offer data dot departure date dot iso string dot split. Then the first item, and also we selected is true. The selected color is, this, right? So what of the text column? Selected text color is white, and also disable touch event is true. Bring this up, close this, save this. You can see in a moment, let's go back, selected dates. So if I select 18, you can see the color change a little bit, right? Let me make it prominent by changing this color. And let me just change this to 1, 2, 3, 3, 8. Save that. Let's go back and check again. All right, still not working as we set it up here, but we are almost Done. All right. If that doesn't work, it seems that the latest package is not giving us the ability to choose the background color of the selected dates. But anyway, let's move ahead with things. So let's go back to, we need to have a save button instead of these three dots so that we can, save the selected date and stuffs. If you go to your, let's minimize this, bring this down, and to where we have these three dots, this is where we're going to have, our save text here so that we can save the dates, So let's have pressable right here. And this is going to have the following class name: height of 10, width of 10, justify or center items or center. So the on press is going to be basically router dot push. And where are we going basically? Okay, so we're not even going anywhere. We are actually just going to call a function. So what function are we going to call? Save departure date. That is the function we are going to call. But we don't have it created yet, so let me just add the text, right, and call it save. Class name will be equal to text of white, text of large, font of bold. And let's see. So just here, we are going to say save departure dates. And we are going to try and catch some interesting things. So catch this as well, catch the errors. So instead of the try, we are basically going to say const departure date is going to be coming from flight offer data.departure date, right? All right, but I don't want this. I want to use the method new, date method, and take all of this, put this inside of here, basically. So I'm not going to say date string will not be equal to departure distance to ISO string dot split. Excellent. Basically, I'm not going to say await async storage dot set item. Let's import async storage, and this is the value that we want to set to it, right? Let's make our function asynchronous. Then, if upon successful selecting a date, we just basically say sources departure date saved successfully. So let's import React. Let's import alert from React Native. So I believe that is all we need to do. All right, so let me remove this and save. Let's see what that looks like. So you see the save text any moment from now on. Give this a second. Let me go back. Departure dates. Oops. That is not coming up right now. Let me just check once again if we are doing the right thing. Yes, our save is here. Let me just reload my app. Seems something crashed. So discover selected date. You can see my save button right there, and you can see what I was referring to the other time. Today is 7th. So if I select 18, which is the day we want to travel, I click on save, date saved successfully, go back, I can see the dates I selected. Voila. And, I can pass in a figure here to specify this is the amount of people that I want to travel or book this ticket for, or one instead, right? So this wraps up our section for selecting the departure, the destination, the date, and the amount of users. All right. So I believe that is all. So let's just close some of this. What we have to do next is, whenever we click on this search button, search the API using all of this data and get us the flights available for that day. All right. So let's get started with that right away. So at the top of our code, I need to minimize most of these things here. I think I've done a lot of minimization. So let's go to the top of our code and minimize use effects, undo this, undo that. Now, the first thing we have to do is construct the URL to include everything we've gotten so far. Again, if you go to flight offer data, it contains origin location, destination location, departure date, adult, max, results, right? We're going to use all of these to construct a literal string or URL string, so you can find, the URL. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So if you want to search for a flight, right? This is how the entire URL looks like. The origin location code, destination location code, departure date, return date if it exists, adults either 2 or 1, max then 5. You can see how that looks like. Now we have to construct all of this so we can, call the API. All right. So at the top of our code here, I'm going to say const construct search URL. And this is going to look like this. I'm going to bring out a lot of things from flight offer data. I'm bringing out the origin location code, departure date, and the likes. Why is this showing an error? Cannot find the name of this pending. Do you mean pending? Okay, let me check what we are doing wrong. All right, so construct URL. Moving on. So basically, we are taking everything in this flight offer data except the return date. We don't have that yet. So origin location code, destination location code, departure date, adults, then max, results. All right. So let's now form that into a string that is acceptable. First things for this, format the date. All right. So formatted departure date will now be departure date. Let me copy all of this. So departure date dot replace then I want to format it like this. And why is this saying replace does not exist on the type dates? No problem at all. That's just a type issue. And so I'm not going to say if, if origin location code is not true, or if destination location code is not true, or formatted date is not true, or instead departure date is not true, or the adult is not true, then I want to show an alert and say error, please fill all the required fields, right? So none of these are present. I click on search, it will throw you an alert that, okay, hey, fix these errors first before we even try to call the API, right? So after that, if all of these values are true, I'm basically now going to say I want to create a backticks. That's the first thing first. Create a $sign, right? Bring in the base URL, API base URL. Then now say origin location code is origin location code, and destination location code is destination location code. Departure date is formatted departure date. Adult is adult. Max result is max result. And ladies and gentlemen, that is how to construct the URL. So all we have to do is call an API, or call this function rather. So right here we'll say const undo parent search. It's going to be an asynchronous function. Let me just bring this right here. So first things first, const search URL is going to be construct search URL, which we have here. So these values will be stored here. And let me set is pending to true, so we can show that activity indicator. Moving on, I'm now going to say if there is an error, right? Or before you even say if there is an error, rather if the search URL is true, all right, then try and catch the error. All right, catch the error. So inside of this, I'm going to say const response will be equal to await axios dot get, then we pass in the search URL. Then inside of this also, I need to pass in some important things, right? I need to pass in the headers, and the headers is going to be authorization, which is going to be bearer, then our token, right? So our API token is going to be coming from API token coming from Utius. All right. So that is the first step. All right. So I'm going to say if response, let me bring this up. If response dot data is true, right? Set is pending to false, then I'll delete async storage, right? So dot set item, all right. That is the first step. Where are we setting it to? We are setting it to another value, which is a new value, which is going to be search flight data. We need this search flight data because we'll be rendering that. So we need this here because we'll be, displaying the, search results or search data in some of the components that we have. Like you can see this one, this is the search results. We have to display this here. In the branded upsell ticket, we have to display it, and so on and so forth. So it is best to just save it in async storage and just pass it around. So comma here, and also stringify the search flight data. All right. So if the search is true, right, after setting it to async storage, we are now going to say router.push. Where are we pushing to? We'll push to search results. Search results. And this is not what this will look like. This is going to be params. And this is going to be flight offer data. And we have to also stringify the data we are getting back. All right, so I think we still need to have a curly braces here. No, we do not. Okay. So let's just check once again. We absolutely need to wrap everything inside of a curly braces and save that. Unexpected token. Okay, so where is the issue, right? So we need to pass a part name to this as well. So part name will be equal to this. Save this. And the part name is showing this squiggly lines because this search result doesn't exist yet. So if I go to my components, minimize everything inside of my app, I create a search results. Whoops. Was TSX. React Native functional exports. So have these save that. Then inside of my index, you can see this squiggly line disappears, right? That shows that the data or the part exists. So inside of my layouts, I need to bring in another stack.screen. I'm going to call this search results. Save that. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what our app will look like. Let me just refresh so that that part is registered. All right. So all we have to do is just search for our specific flights. And also I want to extend the error here that we might be getting. Like if the error dot response is true and the error dot response dot status is strictly equal to 401. All right. Then I want to show an alert that says, API key expired. Let me just remove all of this and say API key expired. And also please contact admin, right? Or, refresh your access token. Clear this off. And finally, I'm also going to have a command here that says, I basically want to have an array here with a curly braces that says, okay, that's all I need to do. Save that. And that is what that looks like. Else, right, even if the error is not 401, else, still display the error. All right. And still have this here. Cool stuff. All right. So let's first see if we are getting our data. So this. All right, let me check again what we are doing. So under parent search, copy this, put this in this section under parent search. All right. So under parent search is complete. And let's just see if we have everything properly done. And it seems I made a tiny error here. This is supposed to be the data we are sending to the next screen. And let me just search console.log flight offer data, flight tickets data, or available. Anyway, this is just for console login. And let me save that. By default, this should be null. So if I click on, passing a value of 1, and it says possible undo promise rejection. And why is that so? Let's check again. On press undo parent search. Cool. And let me check again. Seems we did something wrong. So undo parent search. Consult URL, okay. Set suspended to true. And you know what? I'm just going to remove this. Save this. Let's try again. Okay, what seems to be the issue? Departure date does replace is now a function. Okay, departure date dot replace. This seems not to be a function. All right. So even though some of these things are not correct, the rejects are not totally correct. All right. So let me just fix this. And yes, so this should be correct actually. This should be correct. Let's search again. Let's reload our app. Let us reload our app. Discover. Okay, so that seems to still be an issue. Departure date is not a function. All right, should we just use our departure date directly? Let's try that. Okay. Let's try that. So search, you can see the loading. It said API key expired. Please refresh your access token. Okay. So we need to actually set our is pending to false if there is an error. So set is pending to false instead of leaving it on the screen right there. So let's refresh. Let's try again. Let's try again. In fact, let's have the default value of that as well, because I don't think anybody would be searching for that. I believe that's it, right? Nope, it is not. Flight offer data, search flight. Okay, seat is 1. All right, so let's search for this. API key expired, right? So you can see that disappears if there's an error. Cool stuff. So let's just, get our API key again. I wish this was longer than this. The API access token expiration. So I get this, copy this, then put this where? Put this right here. Save that and go back to our index. I want to console.log, bring this down. I want to console.log my departure date and the formatted departure date, right? To see the difference. Console.log, the departure dates, then also console.log the formatted departure date so that we can see the difference between them. Save. So search. As you can see, an error code while fetching flight offers. And that is because this date is not an acceptable date. If you check our documentation, you can see, okay, we do not have the date there, but the dates, let me check my environment, globals. And you can see how they expect the date, all right? So this is what we want. That was why I was trying to use replace. Then, as you can see, this is not what we want at all, right? So our formatted date is not correct. Okay, so I believe we are supposed to fix the departure date earlier. So let's just check again. So minimize this. So departure date, let's set this. So, all right, let's save and let's see if there is any error. There is no error actually. All right, so set flight offer. So let's just reload this. Let's reload this. And what seems to be, okay, discover. So for the formatted dates, that is when we can now use, let me change this to departure dates dot replace. And this is not what I entirely want. So this is what I want. I basically want to pick, 2024-09-07. And that is what I want basically. Let me try this again. An error occurred. Field the status 400 formatted dates. As you can see, our formatted date is now correct. This is what I want. All right. So. Let me remove the consoles. Let me remove the departure date. And what seems to be the issue? Error fetching flight offers. Excuse request field with status 400. All right. Let's see our search URL, console.log. Our search URL. Let's try again. Let us try again and let's see what we are doing right and what we are doing wrong. So let's copy this. Head to our browser and head to our collections. Search flight offers. And let's give this a moment. I can as well cancel it. This is not going to do anything because our token has expired on the postman and stuff. So let's see what we are doing. Let's see what we're doing wrong. So test.api version 2 shopping flight offers. Origin location code is NYC and destination location code is, and departure is this particular date. All right. And all right, so departure date is this. Adult is 1 and adult is 1 and max is 5. So I believe it is max, not max results. So let's just check again for the construct URL. So max is what we want. All right, so save that. Let's go again, search, and trust me, seems something is happening and our data just fetched. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our flight ticket data. As you can see, it includes the last ticketing date time, the price, which is an object, and several other items which we are going to use to render in our search screen. So all of this data we are seeing here is what will be displayed right here. Cool stuff. We are able to search for flights using some of the information that we pass across the API. That's a good progress. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and sort the search results and display the search results, and also give the user the ability, to select whatever flight they want and show additional informations or additional flight tickets that might be available. All right. So let's just head to that right away.